1.8 for 66.6
Okay.
plus 32 is 98.6. So 1.8 is the factor.
Okay.
So the two scales, Fahrenheit and Celsius, meet at minus 40
Okay.
because 40 times 1.8 is 72. That's 72 from 32 is minus 40.
Okay.
And that's where the scales meet. 1.8 from the base of 32. Distance is a little different. It's 1.62. So 100 miles is 162 kilometers. Hey, get a camera on that. Exactly. Boys will be boys. You're acting like you're having a fit. Love it. You gotta have fun in this life.
Oh yeah, no, that's true.
Sorry for the math. I didn't want to
No.
overload you.
It's okay. Actually, I was very terrible at math, like growing
Yeah.
up, but
Well, 1.8 for
1.8.
temperature.
Okay. And what was it for distance?
1.62.
My wife is very good at math. I throw to her a lot, and I'll be like, "Babe, what is this? What's that?" Or I'm a slave to a calculator, or like,
Sure.
even now I have converters. Like if I don't know the difference, because I can't do like inches to centimeters. Copy that. Yeah, it sounded like they were having trouble.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
They just got informed at first rank 110, not 120.
Oh really?
We're starting 10 minutes earlier now,
Nice.
but you'll be out of here 10 minutes earlier.
That's true.
So take the upside.
Yeah, no, it's
I mean, you'll be on the road today by 4 o'clock.
yeah, no, great.
7. Yeah. All for the same day's pay.
Okay, yeah.
Start 10 minutes earlier and be done 10 early.
Yeah.
1-2. Welcome back to Post Time from Fort Erie Racetrack on your TV Niagara. No live spectators at this time. Hi again, everyone, from the walking ring at Fort Erie Racetrack, and this is Post Time on your TV Niagara. No live spectators at this time. We want to again thank all of you for watching along on FortErieRacing.com and here on your TV Niagara. On our website, you'll find the live stream and the replays, the upcoming racing schedule, Ashley Mayhew's free daily tip sheet, and much more at FortErieRacing.com. And don't forget to watch us every Thursday evening at 8 p.m. here on your TV Niagara. Without further ado, let's bring you to the most recent racing action. Especially the turf racing has been excellent this year at Fort Erie Racetrack. Watch for that in the replays straight ahead because it's Post Time from Fort Erie Racetrack, only on your TV Niagara. And they're off on a spectacular Tuesday afternoon on Fort Erie Racetrack's 123rd birthday. Eli's Fortune gets first call this day, stacking up across the track. Ready and Willing, Little Miss Trouble, and Darling Daher was running out widest, and Miss Patriot is back of the group. Ready and Willing is up to chase Eli's Fortune into the turn. Little Miss Trouble forced to run widest along with Darling Daher, and Miss Patriot is going to skim the rail and move on through. Ready and Willing, Eli's Fortune, they've had at it since the outset as they move around to the top of the stretch. 22-2. Very quick opening quarter on the turf. It's still Eli's Fortune. Ready and Willing having at it. Darling Daher out on the grandstand side with Miss Patriot. Here comes Darling Daher up to confront Eli's Fortune. Darling Daher, Melanie Pinto has timed it and takes the late stretch lead, is going to win going away. Darling Daher prudently off the pace and wins it by 3 to Eli's Fortune. Ready and Willing third. Miss Patriot was fourth. Darling Daher in the Tuesday opener on the turf in Fort Erie, 58-1. They're off. In race 2, couple steps slowly away was Bananarama. And from the outside, Big Ben Benny is hustled right out by Helen Vanek to lead it. Bakersfield, then Grin Bear. 2 more lengths. That's Awesome 5. That is second to last. And after tardily leaving the gate was Bananarama. So it's Big Ben Benny going to issue the intention to try to bottom out the field. Helen Vanek has this one rolling strong. But here comes Grin Bear on the outside to pick up second. Bakersfield back in third. The top bend target, Big Ben Benny. The opening quarter was 22 seconds flat. Big Ben Benny, Grin Bear is still trying to chip away at the lead. On the outside third is Awesome 5 endeavoring to close in. Helen Vanek went to the front with Big Ben Benny and does it again. Big Ben Benny romps all the way. Awesome 5 closing up for second. Grin Bear was third, and Bakersfield was fourth as Big Ben Benny goes the route in a snappy 52-1. Stand by for a start. Race 3. They're off. Orbiting the Sky jumped a little slowly there. Diamonds in Her Eyes has jumped well, and so has Kinzua. Diamond Brew is up to third on the outside. Orbiting the Sky recovering down on the fence to be in the front four. Triple Sevens is second to last, and the early trailer will be the long shot Miss T Blonde. On the way to the turn, Juan Crawford carrying some good speed with Diamonds in Her Eyes. Orbiting the Sky is all the way back up to second with Kinzua running third on the outside. Here comes Miss T Blonde up into the front four. Moving second to last, that's Diamond Brew on the turn, and now the trailer back of the group by several more lengths, dropping back. Triple Sevens just in front of Diamond Brew, the trailer. Round to the top of the stretch, Orbiting the Sky, getting the rail run and drilling right on through to be the top of the stretch leader. 22 and 3, 46 and 1 speed. Plenty of tempo to run at here. They're in the stretch, and it's Orbiting the Sky. Ramsamy glancing back over his right shoulder. Nobody really advancing on him yet, and Orbiting the Sky is clear to win as she pleases. Orbiting the Sky draws out by 6. Miss T Blonde at 9 to 1 salvages second. Diamonds in Her Eyes was third, and Kinzua was fourth best. Orbiting the Sky in a romp ultimately in 1:11 and 1. They're off. Bronze Age has had a good beginning on the outside. Kitten's Solution is going to be right up on the pace. Mr. Nada between horses to the outside, Mr. Chang, and back of the group by 2 more lengths along the backstretch is Street Cat Sam. Bronze Age and Mr. Chang designated to have at it to supply the speed along the backstretch. Kitten's Solution, Mr. Nada, is going to search for a space right up near the leaders and goes widest of all to find it. Street Cat Sam is endeavoring to attend, but is lagging by 3 more lengths in the field. Bronze Age, Mr. Chang, Mr. Nada running out 3 wide around to the top of the stretch. As they'll turn for home, still a 3 wide scrap in Bronze Age with Mr. Nada and Mr. Chang, and tucked behind them has been Bronze Age as they move to the top of the stretch with Kitten's Solution, waiting to find room, and he found it right there. Turning for home, Street Cat Sam is the only one that's out of it, and Kitten's Solution had the ground-saving trip around the turn. Smart ride by Kirk Johnson. He's taken the upper hand in late stretch. Bronze Age remaining game on the inside. Kitten's Solution was the best and got the best trip to win by 2. Bronze Age came second. Mr. Nada then edging out Mr. Chang. Street Cat Sam was last to finish as Kitten's Solution wins race 4, 1:11 and 3. Longshot Secretariat's Honor, Express Banking among the favorites. Stand by for a start, race 5. They're off, and they've all come out well. Medibemps in the middle of the track. Midnight Brew going to hold position with Annie O'Schiller along the inside. Express Banking and Secretariat's Honor right up there on the outside. Running third from last, Court Reporter just ahead of Giovanna Ponti. And as they round the turn, taken all the way back to last was Secret Trick. So they'll round the turn, and this field in the fifth race makes their way onto the Fort Erie backstretch. On the lead tenuously, Midnight Brew along the inside, and on the outside, Express Banking is right up there attending. In the front trio, Secretariat's Honor. Then they run four across the track with Medibemps along the inside, Court Reporter to the extreme outside. And as they run along the backstretch, it's 3 more lengths back still to Secret Trick, who is the trailer looking for room in between horses, was Court Reporter. But the lead is unchanged. It's still Midnight Brew on the inside and Express Banking on the outside, 23 and 4 and 47 seconds passing the half. They'll move to the top of the stretch with Annie O'Schiller seeking room to the extreme outside, and they turn for home. This field of 8, almost all still in it. Express Banking now to a short lead. Express Banking trying to find the way through was Giovanna Ponti, and battling back Midnight Brew. Midnight Brew and Express Banking. Midnight Brew comes back on. Midnight Brew trying to get there. Midnight Brew trying to hold off Secretariat's Honor, upset-minded. Win photo, Midnight Brew and Secretariat's Honor. That's a close one. They're off. Pachamama had a good break. But along the inside, Snellflick is going to drill on through there. Romantic Bliss is going to spot behind the field with Pasture Curfew, and running up widest is And the Crowd Goes Wild. So it's going to be a 3-wide speed scrap along the backstretch. Snellflicka is forcing the hand of Pachamama, and the Crowd Goes Wild runs right up with them. Pachamama still hard held in between horses. Snellflicka still leading, then Pachamama, and losing about a length of ground was And the Crowd Goes Wild. It's 2 more lengths to Romantic Bliss, and back of the group, Pasture Curfew. So around to the top of the stretch, Pachamama gliding up there again to get on to level terms with Snellflicka. Dropping back by 3 more lengths was As the Crowd Goes Wild, then Romantic Bliss and Pasture Curfew. Pachamama, Snellflicka, Pachamama coming away with the top of the stretch lead, forced into speed of 22 and 3, 45 and 4. Pachamama, Snellflicka going stride for stride. Pachamama, Snellflicka, Snellflicka, Pachamama. Pachamama takes the upper hand and edges away. Pachamama does it again. Snellflicka fought a great fight, was second best to a heavy 1-9 favorite. And then back to And the Crowd Goes Wild, Pasture Curfew fourth. Snellflicka settling for second as Pachamama wins again in 1:11-1. And they're off in the 7th. Poorly away, though, was Our Victor in a big hole back of the field, and they line up across the track otherwise. In the middle, Omar is surging on out of there with Nupagodi, the speed from Sent to Heaven, and then it's Be the Change. Watch This is running out widest, but not far off. Bean Waiting has come on through, and Our Victor had a dreadful beginning and is far back of the group. Sent from Heaven is out on the lead over Nupagodi, and Omar is running out wide. Then Be the Change is on the flank of Bean Waiting. About 3 more lengths to Watch This, and never in it this day has been Our Victor. Sent from Heaven, and Melanie Pinto has the luxury to just glide over to the top of the stretch with this one after a leisurely looking but deceptively quick front quarter of 22 and 3, and Sent from Heaven is going on very smart and smoothly. First urging there, then Nupagodi, Bean Waiting along the inside, Omar in futile pursuit. So is Be the Change, because Sent from Heaven wins it with authority over Bean Waiting. Be the Change looking for third over Nupagodi, and Omar settled for fifth as Sent from Heaven was terrific in return victory, 104 and 2. They're off for 7 furlongs of turf action. Milwaukee Magic, Good Old Hockey Game, Tinkering, and Auntie Catherine. That's the front vanguard of 4 running to the first turn. 2 more lengths back, and Bold Animo is going to lay off. Flanking Bold Animo is 77 stone to the first turn. Third from last along the inside, Seattle Treasure, and then Divine Me. And the other breeze is going to be back of the group. They continue to scrap out on the point. Auntie Catherine comes away with the lead from Tinkering, and Good Old Hockey Game on the outside. 2 more lengths back to Bold Animo in a good spot just off the leaders from fourth. And then it's back 2 more lengths along the inside to Seattle Treasure, saving the ground. That one on the flank of 77 stone, Divine Me, and the other breeze will complete this field. Auntie Catherine still fronting them. Good Old Hockey Game is running out widest. The early splits 23 and 1, 46 and 3. Bold Animo is getting closer and looking for the rail run round to the top of the stretch. Seattle Treasure is a closer fifth. Milwaukee Magic is sixth, and they turn for the payoff in the nightcap in Fort Erie. It was Auntie Catherine making the tempo. Bold Animo starts to get shaken up and is coming on the outside to take the stretch lead. Bold Animo has taken the stretch lead from a stubborn Auntie Catherine. Seattle Treasure with a late rush is a big danger. There's the wire. Seattle Treasure and Bold Animo in a right there, noses apart driving finish. Milwaukee Magic was far back. Auntie Catherine held third. It's a win photo. Seattle Treasure and Bold Animo, 124 and 1. And there's the live shot, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back for another great couple days of racing in the summer of 2020 from Fort Erie Racetrack. Sultry summer conditions here in the Fort Erie, Niagara, Buffalo region. Just made to order weather for great racing. Lots more on the turf today as well, and all set to bring you the action from Fort Erie Racetrack. Counting down to first post time at 1:10 p.m. Kindly note our new post time for the balance of the season, 1:10 p.m. each Monday and Tuesday. Closed to spectators, thank you for understanding and for following along with us on FortErieRacing.com, HPIBet.com, HPI TV, all across the United States and the world. Closed to spectators for the time being, and thank you for your understanding and for following along with all of the great racing action from here at Fort Erie Racetrack. And the major headline heading into the final race today, a carryover into the jackpot high five at almost $13,000. Certainly reasonable to expect that jackpot will exceed $15,000 by the time they load into the gate for the final race. Again, the jackpot high five coming into the final race, almost $13,000. And our live racing schedule now coming to you each Monday and Tuesday at 1:10 p.m. for the balance of the 2020 campaign, our 123rd proud year here at Fort Erie Racetrack. Monday and Tuesday, first post, 1:10 p.m. Become a member today at HPIBet.com and get $100 when you've bet $100. And your first bet is on HPIBet.com. Membership can include the ability to wager online or on-site anytime, wagering on almost 500 tracks worldwide. And you can watch up to 4 tracks at the same time and receive the HPI rewards and much more. HPIBet.com. Join for free today. Our weekly highlights and replay show is every Thursday evening on Your TV Niagara. It's found at Channel 700 on the local Cogeco system in Fort Erie, Niagara Falls, and the entire region. That's the weekly post time from Fort Erie Racetrack, Thursday evenings at 8 p.m. Cable Channel 700 in Fort Erie, Niagara, and the region for post time from Fort Erie Racetrack on Your TV Niagara. For our live racing, that is, the replays, the live stream, the tip sheet by our track handicapper Ashley Mayu, statistics, racing schedule, much more. Watch us in HD now. We are FortErieRacing.com. Now stand by for the Monday program changes. In the first race, 2 Hedeman, 2 pounds over. And in that first race, there is a rider change on 3, Harmony Hall, make it Brian Shane. Brian Shane rides 3, Harmony Hall in the first. In race 2, start of the early 20-cent pick 4, clear of changes race 2. The third race will be the start of this program's pick 5 wager. The pick 5 sees number 3 Hockey Hare in race 3, racing 2 pounds over. In the fourth race, 1 Mad Sam, 2 over. 2 1-pound Sterling will race 3 pounds over. That's the start of the late pick 4 in the fourth. No changes in race 5 to start the program's final rolling pick 3. Sixth race kicking off the program's last rolling double. Number 1 King Kingo, 2 pounds over. out of the 7th race. A vet scratch of number 1, New York. Scratch number 1 out of the 7th. Number 2, What's One More? Racing 2 pounds over. And that pick 7 carryover, $12,789 in the 7th race, I should say. It is the Jackpot High 5 carryover of almost $13,000. Now, I mentioned at the top of the broadcast today, we're starting our 6th program of the year, 6th of 39, and this is the 3rd week, essentially, of the meet. Already, we have heated battles for the leading rider and the leading trainer shaping up. So we have Melanie Pinto and Helen Vanek each tied atop the rider standings, 6 victories apiece, but there is an underlying statistic I should mention. Melanie Pinto has had 25 rides on the meet so far. Helen Vanek, just about half that much. She has accomplished her 6 wins from just 13 rides. And right there, just behind that pair of accomplished riders the stature of Emil Ramsamy and Sunny Singh, they both have 5 winners each already on the meet. Same for the trainer standings. Very good battles shaping up. Joe Humber and Elliott Sullivan have already saddled up 4 winners apiece, but kind of the same dynamic because Joe Humber has sent out 18 starters and Elliott Sullivan is tied for the lead in terms of wins, but with only half as many starters. So very interesting to study the statistical trends early on the meet here at Fort Erie Racetrack, and certain to change again today as a very interesting Monday program will confront us, counting down to first race post time at 1:20 p.m. Let's bring you now to the handicapping segment of our Monday coverage. The first race, claiming field to run at 6.5 furlongs. And in this spot, I'm going to go 4, 5, and 2. Number 4, Flashman. Could not have raced any better last time and just got nipped on the wire after battling all 5 furlongs of that race with the Helen Vanek winner, Midnight Snack Attack. It was one of the best toe-to-toe races of the meet so far here in Fort Erie. If Flashman comes out with the same effort today, a victory would appear to be a very strong possibility. There is one note, though, that this race is longer today. So Flashman is going to have to go 6.5 furlongs, like all rivals here, to get the job done. Others I gave a call to Chilling Secret on the basis of some class relief and a trainer change. So that could be the value play in the race. Our track handicapper, Ashley Mayu, you're going to be hearing from her throughout the day with her great insights. She goes 4, 1, and 5 in this spot. The daily racing form and the morning line, 4, 5, 1 and 4, 5, and 2 in their various configurations, but everybody landing on number 4, Flashman, as a probable heavy favorite there in the first race. In race 2, we move on to the beautiful turf course for 7 furlongs of action. And where we left off here last Tuesday was a horse named Seattle Treasure winning right on the wire in a very thrilling turf tilt at 7 furlongs. More of that would seem to be at hand here in race 2 today, the start of the early pick 4. I'm going 2, 6, and 5 in this spot. I picked Capoeira last time. This one let me down, but I think that was a needed start because look just beyond the start from June 2nd here in Fort Erie at a very solid winter campaign at Tampa Bay Downs in Florida. So I'm going to try one more time on Capoeira, number 2, in race 2 before I jump ship, because this one, going into that last start, had 3 for 3 on the board finishes this year. Number 6, Jack's Memory, got a great ride to win last time. Classy Vision completing my ticket with Nikki Alderson putting horses in good positions to pick up shares. And Ashley Mayu came onto a very good angle here that rider Juan Crawford did pilot Jack's Memory to victory last start, but he jumped ship in favor of number 4, Leon Azul. We'll see if that turns out to be a significant handicapping factor in race 2. The only dissenting view is Bill McGurr's morning line, picking 6, Jack's Memory, to make it 2 visits in a row to the victory lane. On to the third race, where we return to the main track for 6 furlongs for the claiming field. 5, 2, and 3 will be my top 3 selections. Significant rider change here as Melanie Pinto takes over the mount on Hilltop Harmony. Beaten favorite last time, as you can see, was under pressure in 23 and 46 seconds. Today will try to last all the way, and Melanie Pinto on this class relief angle as well gets a very live looking horse to ride for trainer Bill Tyrannos. As Ashley mentions in today's free tip sheet in the betting tab on FortErieRacing.com, that Bill Tyrannos is classifying them well when he ships into here at Fort Erie, and with Melanie Pinto picking up the mount, a front end try seems very reasonable to expect here in the third race for Hilltop Harmony. The only descending view for top choice is the daily racing form, looking at See You at the Finish Line for Mark Lee Buchanan and Ravendra Raghunath to be on top of the ticket. In race 3, start of the cards, daily pick 5. Back onto the turf course in race 4 for 7 furlongs of action. In the start of the late 20-cent pick 4, I'm going 7, 5, and 3 in this spot. JMR Victory Lap got a really great heads-up trip from Juan Crawford to win back on June 9th, and I think the same kind of trip may be in the offing here today. Right back in at the same class. Moving over to the turf this time for 7 furlongs, stretching out on the turf this time. But if JMR Victory Lap, it looks as good in the stretch this time as that last winning effort, I think a double-up effort is at hand here for JMR Victory Lap, and I can only hope that something close to that 3-1 morning line will hold up. Others I gave a call to, number 5, Keep Going. You can never overlook Emil Ramsamy ridden horses on Monday and Tuesday here at Fort Erie Racetrack. A little bit of divergence of opinion there. Ashley goes to number 4, Ibaracum, who is morning lined at 12-1, and Bill McGurr's morning line goes with number 5, Keep Going, on the top of the race 4 ticket, 7 furlongs on the turf. Back to the main track for 1 mile and 70 yards in race 5. 4, 3, and 1 will be my top 3. Narrow Escape getting my top call. Justin Nixon doesn't send very many starters into battle here at Fort Erie Racetrack. When he does, you better pay attention, and that is the situation here for Narrow Escape. Last raced at Laurel at the end of May without impact, but has since had some useful looking workouts and may be a good fit here when seeing a new low level of competition here at Fort Erie Racetrack, teaming up Justin Nixon with rider Melanie Pinto, co-leader of the rider standings here thus far on the meet. The only dissenting viewpoint against Justin Nixon and Melanie Pinto here is the daily racing form, going to 6, Get My Gist. Michelle Rainford and Scott Fairley have been impact players this year here at Fort Erie Racetrack. Michelle has a nice knack for having her horses finishing strong. That'll be important at this 1 mile and 70 yards. Could be the value play there in race 5. Number 6, Get My Gist, but otherwise, I am staying with Justin Nixon and Melanie Pinto with my top call on number 4, Narrow Escape. That's the start of the program's last rolling pick 3. The 6th race on the main track, kicking off the program's last rolling double. 4, 6, and 3 will be my top 3. SEAL Team 2 was most impressive in victory last time. Couldn't have been much more impressive. Does move after that resounding win over to the main track, but it is pretty much the same level of competition, except for the move up to non-winners of 3 company, but they're all kind of in the same boat here. There's going to be a lot of respect given to Brady O'Brady, who had a very creditable outing with this kind in the last start on June 8th. And number 3, Summer Retreat, getting some respect, was willing to battle last time and only backed away a little bit at the end and could be a pace factor again for a big chunk of it here. Summer Retreat may give a great battle to SEAL Team 2. Brady O'Brady certainly can't be overlooked. Take your pick there in race 6. Lots of competitive options. As you can see, the division of opinion with Ashley and the Daily Racing Form selector landing on Summer Retreat. And the 7th race, we're going to finish with a 5-furlong thriller on the turf course. Regrettably, a scratch of number 1, New York, but we still have very good field to go into the gate here. I'm going 8, 7, and 3 with Capture the Music on the top of the ticket. So by this time of the day, we'll know if Bill Terranos and Melanie Pinto struck earlier on the program, and Capture the Music looks well positioned for success here. Number 7, Up and Atom. Number 3, Walking Around Money, my top choices. But you're going to get a wide variety of opinions here for this turf course test to finish out the Monday action in Fort Erie. Our track tip sheet author and handicapper Ashley Mayu goes to the top of the ticket with number 7, Up and Atom, Kevin Buttigieg and Chris Husbands. The Daily Racing Form begging to differ even more with number 4, JMR Silent Lake, the pacemaker in the last outing, and could go a long way this time out on the lead, since this is only 5 furlongs on the turf course. Bill McGurr's morning line sides with me on number 8, Capture the Music. And the point to remember about the 7th and final today is that building carryover into the jackpot high 5 of almost $13,000 into today's event. Again, we remind you, all post times now, Monday and Tuesday, 1:10 p.m. Eastern for the balance of the meet. So we're counting down 17 minutes away to first post here at Fort Erie Racetrack. Tip sheet author and track handicapper Ashley Mayu with her invaluable insights will be by in just a few moments. Have a great day, everybody. Thanks for being with us for Live Racing 2020 from Fort Erie Racetrack.
Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome back to Fort Erie Racetrack as we get set to kick off a 7-race program on this Monday. We'll kick things off over the main track in race 1 for claimers looking for that second lifetime win, and they'll be going a distance of 6.5 furlongs. Now, a couple horses exit a race here at this level, but it was going 5 furlongs, and one of those runners is the 4 Flashman. I made him my top selection based on that most recent performance. Seemed like the time off between Tampa and here did him well, and he seemed to really like this surface. He was second beaten by a nose, and the race was very competitive. I mean, looking at him in Midnight Snack Attack, they locked up early, they duked it out around the entire track, and he just got the unlucky nod of the nose. I mean, he just missed in there by the slimmest of noses, so he ran a really great race. My concern with him is the stretch out to 6.5. I'm not sure if he were to lock up with someone that he would have enough to, go a bit of extra distance. So we'll see what he can do today. Now, the 1 Quality Brew is a horse that I think will benefit from a speed duel. So if the 4 Flashman and the 5 Chilling Secret were kind of eager to make the lead and tired each other out, I would see Quality Brew coming late. When he broke his maiden here, he did it against $4,500 claimers. He was able to sit off the pace and make his move late. And even in his next start, he tried the same thing. Now, that was against a weaker field of non-winners of 2 Lifetime. He was just simply second best, and the winner was Marcus, who we've already seen win in 2020 here at Fort Erie. I think when you look at his most recent race on October 15th, he was off slow, was kind of taken out of the race from the get-go, And he did face a decent group. I mean, we see Midnight Snack Attack's name pop up, Omi's Boy, who won a few races last year. So I think looking at the competition that he's faced, he's finding himself in a nice spot of 8,000 non-winners at 2 lifetime. Finally, the 5 Shilling Secret has 2 starts here at Fort Erie. The best finish was a second place finish, and it actually came back with his career best buyer number of a 79. Now that race was going 1:70 miles at this level, so he's going to be cutting back from that race. And in there, he tried to kind of set the pace. He was just caught late by Wincredible Star, missed by half a length. So I don't necessarily mind the cutback in distance from him, but I'm not sure how he's going to fare here. And his other race at 6.5, it was over a sloppy track against Allowance, non-winners at 2 lifetime. He finished 4th in there behind Drena's Bullet, who we'll see tomorrow. Very, very nice gelding. So I do think these are the 3 logical horses. I did give a little bit of a nod to the 4 Flashman off that most recent performance. Then I'll look to the 1 Quality Brew because I think he'll benefit from maybe an early speed duel. And then finally the 5 Shilling Secret, who, if he can replicate his most recent effort at here, he'll be tough. But his workouts haven't been the sharpest, and his most recent 2 performances were a little bit lackluster for me. Best of luck.
The first race field is moved into the walking ring. Less than 10 minutes to post time. Riders up, and they're entering the track for the first race. Quality Brew leading out the first race post parade. Trained by Louis Cappy for owner Lincoln Radhay. Hired to ride is Kirk Johnson. Head-him is number 2, the riding services of Helen Vanek. Trained by Renee Cairns for Wallace Standardbreds and trainer Renee Cairns. 3 is Harmony Hall. There is a rider change to Brian Shane. Racing for Enza and Willie Armata, Brian Shane rides 3, Harmony Hall. Flashman is number 4, competing for Cindy Musto with Emil Ramsamy in the saddle. Chilling Secret is number 5, conditioned by Barrington Cito for Ian D'Souza. And the jockey is Chris Husbands. Claiming field to run 6.5 furlongs in the first race from Fort Erie. Kicking off the 20-cent pick 3s, their Superfecta rolling double, Trifecta Exacta win place and show, the first from Fort Erie. 5 minutes to post. Riders now requested to take their horses back into the chute to the 6.5 furlong starting point. Reaching the gate, Flashman hovering as the favorite and co-second choice. First to go around is Flashman. Quality Brew sitting at 4-1 steps up. Hedeman, Last Flash goes to 9-2. Harmony Hall will be the race long shot. Just one more to go. And down to even money goes Chilling Secret. Stand by for a start. They're off on a beautiful summer Monday afternoon in Fort Erie. Chilling Secret has jumped out the best. Flashman lagged a little. Quality Brew. Now Flashman is going to decide to run right up on the pace there. 2 more lengths to Harmony Hall. And the early trailer off the tempo will be Hedeman. They're going to go 3 across in the backstretch, and Flashman is reaching up, trying to take the lead, but now looking to be fastest of all is Chilling Secret, but Flashman is going to take over, and Quality Brew is going to take a trip right behind the known speed. Flashman takes over. This will leave Chilling Secret to the outside, then Quality Brew. Hedeman into the turn, and as they go down that final turn, the battle shapes up on the top end with Flashman and Chilling Secret running together. Harmony Hall and Hedeman just in behind Quality Brew. Flashman around to the top of the stretch, going 23-4, 47-2, sensible enough speed. Flashman on the lead, but it looks to surrender it now to Chilling Secret. Quality Brew had a good trip in behind them. Flashman has surrendered the lead. Taking over, Chilling Secret, the 4-5 choice, is out in front by 2, trying to keep it. Flashman is re-rallying. So is Quality Brew on the outside. 1 of 3 will win. It was Quality Brew. Quality Brew reached Chilling Secret and Flashman in 1:20-1. Looking for 4th, Harmony Hall. One Quality Brew is posted first. 5 Chilling Secret posted second. 4 Flashman posted third. 3 Harmony Hall posted fourth. The unofficial, Superfective, the first race, 1, 5, 4, and 3. The 6.5 furlong running time of 1:20, 1/5. Quality Brew is returning for the first race winner's photograph. Quality Brew is a Milwaukee brew. 4-year-old bay gelding. From Quality Diamond by Quality Road, bred in Ontario by Adana Springs. Trained by Louis Cappy for owner Lincoln Radhay. The winning ride in the last jump, executed by Kirk Johnson. Quality Brew to win 2020 seasonal debut. Second career victory. 120-1 at 6.5 furlongs. One posted official. Off at 5-1, Quality Brew. 1280 on the win ticket. 4 to place, 280 to show. Chilling Secret, 270 and 210. Flashman, 210, the exacta, 41.60. The trifecta, $123.80. The dollar superfecta, 1, 5, 4, and 3, $143.45 from the first race in Fort Erie. Now on display, the place photograph from the first race, showing number 5, Chilling Secret, finishing second, over number 4, Flashman, who is third. Kindly take note of our post time schedule for the balance of the 2020 meet. We come to you each Monday and Tuesday, 1:10 p.m. Eastern. That's all post times, 1:10 p.m. each Monday and Tuesday through mid-October for 2020 live racing from Fort Erie Racetrack. No changes in Race 2. Race 2 will go as programmed. Start of the early 20-cent pick 4. 17 minutes to post to Race 2 from Fort Erie Racetrack.
Race 2 is our first turf race of the day, and it also kicks off our early pick 4, an allowance event for fillies and mares, non-winners of 3 lifetime. They'll be going the 2-turn 7 furlong distance. And in this field of 6, I do think that the 2 Capoeira is going to get back into form here. You know, her first start of the season at Fort Erie was over the dirt, and it was her first dirt start, and I really just don't think she took to the surface. She wasn't able to rate and move up like she normally has been able to. She faced a very tough field, especially the top 2 runners in there. About a Girl was the winner, Snellflicker was second, and was just second in one of our feature races last week to Pachamama, who's now 2 for 2 at Fort Erie. Looking at this 5-year-old mare's turf races, she raced 3 times this winter down at Tampa. She hit the board every time, and I loved the race 3 starts back. It resulted in a decisive win, a 5-length margin to be specific, against non-winners of 2 lifetime in for a $25,000 tag. And it's clear she likes the turf. She's only missed the board once over the grass when she finished 4th, beaten by 6 1/4 against maiden optional claimers. $40,000 was the claiming price. I do think for her, 7 furlongs might appear to be too short, but because it is a 2-turn distance, I really think she's going to like that today. Now, kind of looking at the others, I look towards the outside. I like the 4 and the 6 in here. I did land on the 4 as my second choice, Leon Azul, for trainer Jennifer Davis, who's only saddled 1 horse here so far this meet. That was Annie Catherine, who did finish 3rd against the boys last week. Looking at this horse, she only has 1 turf start under her belt, and it was a tough group at Woodbine, so I don't want to write her off. I don't want to, say that she doesn't like the grass. I think looking at her other races here at Fort Erie, she faced some tough group of horses on the dirt. She had a 3rd and a 4th most recently against these allowance level, one of which was non-winners of 3 lifetime. And the horses that finished in front of her in that race and her most recent race, I mean, they're very nice. Tara was a nice horse, Rattlesnake Bite, as well as Surf's Edge, who did win our feature event for fillies and mares at the end of the season. So I don't want to count her out. I think she's been training well, so I want to give her one more chance on the turf, and I think this is the level to do so. Finally, I mentioned the horse on the outside, the 6, Jack's Memory. She ran a great race here on June 9th at today's distance against allowance level, non-winners of 2 lifetime. She got that win. She did it quite easily, and entering the turn, she just started rolling, picking up horses one by one. So I do think this is obviously a logical next spot to stay in that allowance condition. Non-winners of 3 lifetime, and like I said, she's shown herself at the distance, but I think in her case, she's just finding a really tough mare in the 2 Capoeira, and that's who I think, to me, is the clear top choice.
Riders go up and they're on their way out for race 2. Audrey Grace to lead out the race 2 post parade from Fort Erie Racetrack. Michelle Rainford hired to ride for Heritage Hill Farm and trainer Scott Fairley. Capoeira is number 2, conditioned by Paula Loescher for Robert Simonek. The rider is Pierre Melhot. New York Mint is number 3, competing for Michael Bennett. Chris Husbands in the irons. Next on the parade is Classy Vision, conditioned by Daryl Ezra for Crazy 8 Stables. Nikki Alderson is up. Six Jack's Memory, conditioned by Daryl Ezra. The owner is Karina Schock, and the rider is Sunny Singh. For Leon Azul, completing the field, trained by Jennifer Davis for Big Boy Stable, and the rider is Juan Crawford. 7 furlongs on the turf course in race 2, start of the early 20-cent pick 4. Starts at pick 3, and there's Superfecta with Rolling Double, Trifecta Exacta, Win Place and Show. Race 2 coming up from Fort Erie. Starting gate has taken position at the 7 furlong point in preparation for race 2. Horses moving onto the turf course. Still time for the early pick 4 and race 2 wagering. Starting to load now, Audrey Grace at 9-1, first to step in. Hovering at even money, Public Choice Capoeira, stall 2. Long shot New York Mint, box 3. $9-1 the price on Classy Vision. Last start winner Jack's Memory. Second choice. Leon Azul is last in. Stand by for a start. Race 2 is at the post. They're off for 7 furlongs on the turf. New York Mint comes bounding out of there with Leon Azul and Jack's Memory and Capoeira going to spot up just behind the speed. And then Audrey Grace and Classy Vision to the outside. New York Mint and Leon Azul tracked by Jack's Memory on the outside and 2 more lengths to Capoeira into the turn. And then Classy Vision will run on the outside of the early trailer. Audrey Grace down on the fence, and they straighten up into this Fort Erie backstretch. New York Mint is supplying the early pace over Leon Azul. Jack's Memory keeping some good tabs on the leaders on the outside there. About 5 more lengths back, and Capoeira is laying off. So is another 5-length trailer, Classy Vision, and Audrey Grace down in on the fence is the trailer. New York Mint supplying all of the speed, 24-4. The first fraction for New York Mint. Leon Azul not going away. Jack's Memory went wide. Here comes Capoeira with a menacing looking run. Does Capoeira have clearance? Not yet. Blocked up in behind New York Mint. Leon Azul. Jack's Memory on the outside. Capoeira ran out of room. Classy Vision far back along with Audrey Grace. They're in the stretch. Jack's Memory running widest of all against Leon Azul. And down on the inside, New York Mint surrendered the lead. Capoeira found a way out. Here comes Capoeira, threading the needle and on through. Capoeira saved all the ground to bail out the 2-5 favorites backers. Leon Azul second. A late running Classy Vision took third. Jack's Memory was fourth. It's Capoeira bailing out the favorites backers, 125-3. 2, 4, 5, 6 posted from race 2, 2, 4, 5, and 6. A running time of 1:25 and 3. Unofficial. Here is Capoeira back from race 2. Chestnut 5-year-old mare from Declaration of War and Bella Ballerina by Fusiachi Pegasus. Bred in Kentucky by Brilliant Broodmares Corporation. Trained by Paula Loescher for Robert Simonek, the winning ride to Pierre Mailhot. Second win in 5 starts this year. Capoeira in race 2. Runs the turf 7 furlongs, 1:25 and 3 when posted official. Capoeira 290, 210, and 210 across. Leon Azul 390 and 280. Classy Vision 310. The Exact 850, the Trifecta 34.30. The Dollar Superfecta 2, 4, 5, and 6, $42.35. And the program's first Rolling Daily Double, $32.70. The third race weight change on number 3, Hockey Hare, 2 pounds over. Race 3 started this program's 20-cent pick 5. Third race post time in 18 minutes from Fort Erie Racetrack.
Race 3 kicks off our 20-cent pick 5, and we have a field of fillies and mares. Non-winners 1 on the year. They're in for a tag of 4,500, and they'll be going 6 furlongs over the main track. Now, half the field will be racing after having the winter off and be making their first start today, and the others have had a start under their belt. And 2 horses that have raced here at Fort Erie are the 5, Hilltop Harmony, and the 6, Dixie Brew. And Melanie Pinto typically rides Dixie Brew, and today she's going to climb aboard the 5, Hilltop Harmony, my top selection, who comes out of an $8,000 claiming event for non-winners of 3 lifetime, where she was second, beaten by 2 1/4 lengths. She was hustled out of the gate. She tried to take them to gate to wire. She just tired a bit in the stretch, and Lil's turn was honestly flying late. That was one from the John Sims barn that had spent the winter at Tampa. These were kind of the 2 Florida invaders, as I called them, and that one just looked ready to roll in the stretch and could have run, at a longer distance. And I think in the case of Hilltop Harmony, I like that she's slightly cutting back in distance. She's going to go from 6.5 furlongs to 6 today, and I think that should suit her well. I think there is the potential that she may make the lead by herself. There are some other horses in here that have kind of exhibited speed in the past, but I think if she wants it, I wouldn't be surprised to see her make the lead. You look kind of her races down at Gulfstream Park. She had some nice races earlier there this winter. Before that, she raced well at Colonial Downs as well as Keeneland, but her form kind of tailed off in February and March, and she didn't show much. So I think the time off, second off the layoff, I'm actually expecting a big improvement from her today off that nice second place finish. Looking at others, the 1, See You at the Finish Line. She had an interesting campaign last year. She campaigned strictly at these one-turn distances, anywhere from 5.5 to 6.5 furlongs. She did have a nice win against non-winners of 2 on the year in August, and at this level, she actually had a second place finish. She did kind of face the boys in some of her races, so I kind of have to keep that in mind and not, hurt her too hard for those performances, because she did face tough groups. And even her most recent performance in the Andy Pissarro Cup, she was 4th in a field of 12, and the 3 in front of her were very tough fillies and mares, the best ones on the ground. So I think she ran a really great race. We'll see how she runs first off the layoff. It seemed like last year she needed a race to kind of make it onto the board, so I wouldn't be surprised to see that today. But she comes into this race off a Bullet Breeze on June 16th, which is something to note. Finally, I did turn to the 2, I Miss You, for trainer Steve Cathcart. I think this is a horse you can't really count out of the exotics. This horse has hit the board in 4 of 5 races at Fort Erie. And even though some of the races have been at lower levels, I think this non-winners of 1 on the year is a good spot for her return to the races. She does like the distance. She's 3 for 4 in the money. But definitely to win, I think she's going to have to step it up a bit, because her buyer numbers are just slightly less than the rest of the group.
Call goes out for riders up for race 3. Out on post parade for race 3. See you at the finish line. Number 1. Conditioned by Ravendra Raghunath for Sheila Mohan. Hired to ride Mark Lee Buchanan. I Miss You, number 2, competing for Stephen Cathcart with Pierre Mel Hot aboard. Hockey Hair, number 3. Co-owners trainer Tony Gattilero and Joe Gattilero with Sunny Singh aboard. Capture Your Heart is number 4. Racing for Ross and Jennifer Armata Barrett with Ron Crawford in the bike. Hilltop Harmony is on the track, conditioned by Bill Tyrannos for Six Brothers Stable. Hired to ride Melanie Pinto. Dixie Brew completes the field, conditioned by Michael J. Blake for Ascot Stud and partners in the irons, Kirk Johnson. 6 furlongs on the main track for the claiming field. On this event, start of the 20-cent pick 5. Starts the 20-cent pick 5. There's a rolling pick 3, Superfecta, daily double, trifecta exacta, win, place, and show. Race 3 coming right up from Fort Erie. Riders now requested to take their horses back into the chute to the 6 furlong starting point. Starting gate taking position at the 6 furlong point. They're reporting to the gate. Time running out for the 20-cent pick 5 and third race wagers. Second choice, See You at the Finish Line going in. I Miss You will go off at double digits. Same for Hockey Hair. Capture Your Heart, longest on the board. Slight favorite, Hilltop Harmony. Dixie Brew completes the line. Stand by for a start. Race 3 at the post. Adjustment made on gate 5. Stand by. Race 3. They're off. And unseating the rider was See You at the Finish Line. See You at the Finish Line unseated the rider. Attention crew, we have a loose horse, number 1, out on the track. The other 5 are away in good order, and that's Capture Your Heart, designated deleted. Dixie Brew on the outside. I Miss You is 3rd. Racing 4th on the outside is Hilltop Harmony. On the flank of Hockey Hair, See You at the Finish Line is loose, unseated the rider, and is running about 10 lengths back of the other 5 into the turn. So designated to set the early tempo, Capture Your Heart, prompted along by Dixie Brew. I Miss You still 3rd. Hilltop Harmony yet to push the button from 4th. 2 more lengths to a non-threatening Hockey Hair. See You at the Finish Line loose with no rider to the rear of the field, but far back and out of harm's way. They come to the top of the stretch. Capture Your Heart and Dixie Brew have been side by side through splits of 23 and 2, 47 and 1. Dixie Brew looming bold on the outside. Capture Your Heart about to surrender the lead. Down in on the fence is I Miss You. No more to offer from Hilltop Harmony yet. And re-rallying is Capture Your Heart. Dixie Brew getting up on the outside. Capture Your Heart or Dixie Brew. There's the line. Dixie Brew might have got it just by half a nose to break the heart of Capture Your Heart. And then I Miss You and Hilltop Harmony, a beaten favorite. Win Photo 113 and 3. Stewart's inquiry into the start concerning number 1. And there is a win photo called. Tension on the backstretch, loose horse coming to you. With the inquiry into the start still in progress, 6 Dixie Brew got the win photo. The 8-year-old bay mare by Milwaukee Brew from Oh What a Feeling by Dixieland Band. Races for Michael S. Blake Sr., Jim Wilworth, Ascot Stud, trained by Michael J. Blake. Riding double thus far on the card for 1 Kirk Johnson. Dixie Brew, first win in the second start this year, 13th career win out of 49 trips. Results still unofficial, pending Stewart's inquiry into the start. The Stewart's live video review now on the monitors. The Stewart's live video review now being shown for public view. From the Stewart's inquiry into the start, no changes. No changes. The Stewart's ruling 1C with the finish line. Stumbled on his own from the start, unseating the rider. No changes from the Stewart's inquiry into the start of race 3. Dixie Brew off at 9-2, kicks back 11.20 on the win ticket. 5.70 to place, 6.10 to show. Capture Your Heart. 30.40 to place, $20 to show. I Miss You, 8.10 to show. The Exacta, $201.90. The Trifecta, 6, 4, and 2, $922. The Dollar Superfecta, 6, 4, 2, and 5, $2,128.30. The Rolling Daily Double, 16.50, and the program's first pick 3 ended on race 3, $163.15. Now on display, the win photo from race 3, showing Dixie Brew nosing out Capture Your Heart. 6 over 4, the official win photo, now on public view from race 3. In the fourth race, 1 Mad Sam, 2 pounds over. 2 1 pound Sterling, 3 over. Race 4, start of the late 20-cent pick 4, 17 minutes to post.
We move back over to the turf here in race 4. Field of Colts and Geldings in for a tag of 4,500 and in the hunt for that second lifetime win. And looking at this group, I think several runners in here made their first start of 2020 at shorter distances and are going to like a bit more ground today. And one of those is the 3 Danny's Rush, who did finish second here, going 5 furlongs against $3,000 claimers, non-winners of 2 lifetime. And he sat just, 4 or 5 lengths off the pace setters, came rolling in the stretch, made a great move, but just didn't have enough ground. He lost by a length. You see the winner there is SEAL Team 2, who we'll see later on in the program on the dirt today. I do think looking at Danny's Rush's races here, he had a really nice second place finish going 1 mile and a 16th. So I think he wants all the ground that he can get. Now, well, in that event, he was a bit closer to the pace. I don't see him being on the lead. I think there's some others in here that might make the lead. Maybe the 7 will be forwardly placed. But I definitely think the 7 furlong distance should suit him well today, and it's great to see his connections team up once again, as they've had some success here. They won at 19% last season. Then I'll look to the 7 JMR Victory Lap, who just broke his maiden last time out in his, third start over the 40 turf course. He let his stablemate make the lead. He just sat in there. Then he went clear in the end and kept to task against $4,500 maidens. And that was 5 furlongs. Based on that performance, I think he'll get the 7 ace. He's only raced at 5 furlongs over the turf course, but I just think if he can stalk again and get someone to go to the front who's not usually up there, he'll benefit from that. And he's hard to ignore based on his turf form here. Finally, the 5 Keep Going is a horse that I think will improve getting onto the turf today. Now, his 2 starts this winter at Penn National weren't impressive at all. He faced non-winners of 2 lifetime in for a $5,000 tag. And he showed some brief speed in his first start, and then in his second start, he didn't show anything out of the gate and was never in contention. I do think he'll get a bit of a softer spot today, and I think looking at his Tapeta form, he should like the turf. He only has that 1 turf start under his belt, and he faced $25,000 maiden claimers. So a very tough group to really kind of draw any information out of. He did show some brief speed there and then quit in the stretch, but I think this is a great level to get him back on the turf, and knowing that his numbers are quite strong on the Tapeta, and wouldn't it be surprising to see him step up? We also have to consider his connections decided to ship him here from Pennsylvania, and Pennsylvania Racing has the green light now. So they've done this once so far this meet, and they ended up in the winner's circle. So definitely something to consider.
It's riders up for race 4. Stepping onto the track for the 4th race. Here they are on post parade for the 4th race. Des Maynard trains 1 Mad Sam for owner Nadia Donalova. The rider is Helen Vanig. 1 Pound Sterling, number 2. Connections are Catherine and Stephen Lister. Max Badal aboard. Denny's Rush, number 3, partnered by Melanie Pinto. For Michael J. Blake, the ownership, Michael S. Blake Sr., Mark Stout, and Ascot Stud. Howard Newell, riding partner for Rich Davis. 4 is Ibaracum. Keep Going, number 5, trained by Carlton Johnston for Bruno Chickadance. In the irons, Emil Ramsamy. Fa Fa Fooey, number 6. For the Sheridan John Sims stable, it's Kirk Johnson aboard. JMR Victory Lap completes this field. Ken Albu conditioning for JMR stable. Hired to ride, Juan Crawford. 7 furlongs on the turf course in race 4. Start of the late 20-cent pick 4. Starts at rolling pick 3. There's Superfecta, Daily Double. Trifecta Exacta, Win Place and Show. Race 4 coming up from Fort Erie. Starting gate takes position at the 7 furlong point on the turf course. Still time for the late 20-cent pick 4 and all fourth race wagers. Horses now going on to the turf course. Stepping up to the gate, time winding down for fourth race wagers. Mad Sam offered at 7 to 1 goes in. Danny's Rush has 8 to 5 respect. Long shot Ibaracum. Keep going, one of the 3 to 1 choices. So is Fafa Fui. Last start winner JMR Victory Lap at 5 to 1. And £1 sterling. They're off for 7 furlongs on the turf in the fourth race. And JMR Victory Lap is out of there well, so is Keep Going. £1 sterling down along the inside. Danny's Rush goes into the front 4. Mad Sam will hug the fence. Ibaracum running wide. And 3 more lengths to the rear of the field. That's Fafa Fui back of the group. JMR Victory Lap blasted out from the outside gate and leads it around the first turn. Keep Going goes the wide way, then £1 sterling. Ibaracum is on the outside of a well-reserved and well-held Danny's Rush right there in the front flight of 5. Mad Sam behind that wall of horses. And about 5 more lengths to the trailer, Fafa Fui. 24 and 1 going up the backstretch. The scrap continues for the lead. JMR Victory Lap. Ibaracum comes to join on the outside. Sandwiched in between is Keep Going, and Danny's Rush looks ready to spring from right in behind them. £1 sterling is hugging the fence well. Only 2 more lengths to Mad Sam on the turn, and Fafa Fui has closed a ton of ground and is a much closer trailer. But to the top of the stretch, it's been all JMR Victory Lap. Here comes Danny's Rush. Fafa Fui starts out wide on the grandstand side, 47 and 4. And through the stretch, we have a new leader, £1 sterling, trying to find the way through, and did. £1 sterling, and Max Bedal, £1 sterling. Long shot bombs away as £1 sterling scores at 25 to 1 over Danny's Rush, JMR Victory Lap, and Mad Sam. Long shot bombs away on top of that fourth race ticket, 125 and 3. 2371 posted unofficial from race 4. 2371 with a running time of 1:25 and 3. There is £1 sterling returning from the 4th race. The Dark Bear Brown 6-year-old gelding by Silent Name. From Hello Money Penny by Bankers Gold. Bred in Ontario by James Smith and David Oates. Races for the owner-trainer connection of Catherine and Stephen Lister. Winning ride, his first on the season for Max Badal. First and 2 this year for £1 sterling. Second career win. 1:25 and 3. £1 sterling shocks the house in race 4. Well, he was off at 29 to 1 actually. So the win ticket return is $60.50 on £1 sterling. 18.10 to place, 6.40 to show. Denny's Rush 350 and 250. JMR Victory Lap 390 to show. The exacta 163.20. The trifecta $972.40. The dollar superfecta 237 and 1 $2,920.85. The rolling daily double $192.40. And the pick 3 ended on race 4 $219.15. When you become a member of HPIBet.com, you will get $100 when you've bet your first $100, and your first bet will be on HPIBet.com. Membership includes HPIBet rewards, the ability to watch 4 tracks at the same time. You can wager on over 500 tracks from around the world, bet on any line or on site at any time. Join for free today. HPIBet.com. In the Fort Erie 5th race, no changes. Starts this program's last 20-cent pick 3 in 17 minutes.
Well, race 5 is our first two-turn dirt race of the season. We'll be going a distance of 1.70 miles, and these colts and geldings are in for a tag of $6,250. To me, the standout in here is the 4 Narrow Escape, who I expect to be a very short price against this bunch. He does have 2 starts here at Fort Erie. You have to go pretty far back. One of them was the 2016 Prince of Wales Stakes. The next time he was seen here, he was a winner in an allowance event where he won by over 12 lengths on the dirt. So something to take note of. His most recent performance at Laurel Park, he really didn't show much. He never really seemed to get comfortable and get really involved in the race, so I'll kind of excuse that effort. Looking at his races last year, his first start of 2019 was his only on the board finish, and it was actually a win. He won by 7 1/4 lengths over an off track at Charlestown, and in his other races, again, he just, he seemed to kind of take on some tough company down at Laurel Park, so he does have a ton of back class. That's kind of why I think this spot is going to be pretty soft for him, and it is a good spot for him to get going. And I definitely could see him kind of walking away with this race. Now, with that said, I think his main competition would be probably the 6, Get My Gist, who has raced here at Fort Erie 5 times, has hit the board every single start, and does have 2 wins, and those came at 1.116 miles at this level. He set the pace in one of them right from the get-go, and then in the other, he eventually got the lead and kind of stole the show. And he's won those by a length and by two lengths to be specific. His most recent races were here in September and October, and he finished second in both of those. He's just a very consistent horse here at Fort Erie. He's definitely a horse that is made and bred for these two-turn races, so I think he's a horse that you have to use no matter what in your exotics. And finally, I did look to the 5 2 Stellas, who I've loved watching race the last couple of years here at Fort Erie. He's an 11-time winner over the dirt at Fort Erie from 21 starts. Did get 1 win last year, 3 in 2019. And kind of going through his races last year, I mean, his win came at 6.5. His first race back off the layoff was at 6.5 as well. So my concern with him is now that he's another year older, I wonder if 1.70 miles is a bit too much for him in that first start off the layoff. I do think the older he gets, he's kind of found a name maybe that he's better at the 6.5 furlong distance. But we'll see. I mean, I definitely don't think you can count him out. He's definitely proven himself time and time, and he's shown that he can still get minor shares at these longer distances.
They're on their way out for race 5. Divine Me to lead out the race 5 post parade in Fort Erie. Ridden by Nikki Alderson for Crazy 8 Stables and trainer Daryl Ezra. Anthony Pottinger trains for Anthony and Dale Powell on 2 Giant Mine. The jockey is Larry Munoz. Magical Breeze, number 3, conditioned by Sharon Chicato for Jim Vitir in the irons. Kirk Johnson. Narrow Escape is number 4, trained by Justin Nixon for JMC's Stable and Partners. Melanie Pinto, hired to ride. Two Stellas, competing for Anne Marie and Carlton Johnston with Jason Hoyt. Six is Get My Gist, trained by Scott Fairley for Ace Stable, and the rider is Michelle Rainford. Claiming field at 1.70 miles on the main track. On this event, start of the program's last 20-cent pick 3. There's Superfecta, rolling double, with Trifecta, Exacta, Win Place and Show. Race 5 coming up in Fort Erie. Starting gate takes position at the 1.70 mile point. Race 5 horses are approaching the gate. Most even betting board of the day. No overwhelming favorites here. Divinamy at 4-1 first in. Same price on Giant Mine stepping into gate 2. Narrow Escape, tepid 2-1 favorite. Get My Gist takes box 6. Now hovering about 7-2. Veteran Magical Breeze and 2 Stellas. Stand by for a start. Race 5 at the post. Waiting on Magical Breeze. Magical Breeze is in. Standing by for a start. Race 5 at the post. Kirk Johnson gets on. All set. They're off. Magical Breeze last in, but looked to be first away. Giant Mine was out well. Get My Gist from the outside. Narrow Escape is right out there. Then Divine Ami. Two Stellas runs last on the outside, but only 4 off the lead. Giant Mine quickly to the lead. Then Magical Breeze and Get My Gist. Divine Ami, Narrow Escape, and two Stellas in the back flight. Rounding the first turn, and it is Giant Mine designated to set the tempo. Get My Gist is going to be attending. Magical Breeze was right there. It's a little bit looser, gapped off in third. Narrow Escape getting in gear and starts to take measure a little bit better from fourth. Two Stellas on the outside at the back with the trailer. Divine Ami in on the fence. 23-1. A really good clip they're going there in the backstretch. Giant Mine and Get My Gist had at it for a long way. Magical Breeze laying off, and so on the outside is Narrow Escape in a prudent looking move. About 5 more lengths back to Divine Ami and 3 more to his stalling. Two Stellas. Giant Mine on to the final turn, then Get My Gist. Narrow Escape is called on for more run. Magical Breeze is going to skim the fence and come on through. Farther back to Divine Ami and two Stellas. They come to the top of the stretch. It's been all Giant Mine. Narrow Escape begins to bear down on the outside through middle splits of 46-3, 111-3. Narrow Escape trying to reach up to the tempo setter Giant Mine. Giant Mine and Narrow Escape is almost on to level terms. Magical Breeze no more to offer. Third on the inside. Giant Mine is still going. Giant Mine is going to get there and wire the field at 5-1. Narrow Escape was second. Magical Breeze third, and Divine Ami saved fourth. Giant Mine goes all the way for Larry Munoz in 144-1. Two, 4, 3, and 1 is posted on the board. 23-1, 46-3, 111-3. The mile 1. 138-2. And the mile and 70 yards in 144 1/5 for Giant Mine when made official. Mile time 139. Make it 139-2 for the mile time. And the mile and 70 yards 144 1/5. There's Giant Mine back for the victory photograph of race 5. The Chestnut 5-year-old gelding by Giant Gizmo from Minor Breeze by Crafty Prospector. Bred in Ontario by Borders Stable. Trained by Anthony Pottinger for Anthony and Dale Powell. And the winning ride to Larry Munoz. Wins the 2020 racing debut. Race 5 results now official. $13.30 the win price on Giant Mine. 5 to place, $3.70 to show. Narrow Escape $3 and $2.40. Magical Breeze $3.70. The Exacta $32.80. The Trifecta $224.40. The Dollar Superfecta 243 and 1 $221. The Rolling Daily Double $329.30. Pick 4 ended on race 5. $2,244.25. The pick 3 ended on race 5. $1,080 even. Sixth race weight change, 1 King Kingo, 2 over. Race 6 starts this program's last rolling double. And there's Superfecta, Trifecta Exacta, win, place, and show. 19 minutes to race 6 from Fort Erie.
We'll stay on the dirt here in race 6, a claiming event for non-winners of 3 lifetime. And looking at the field, I think for the win honors, it kind of came down to a 2-horse race between the 3 Summer Retreat and then the 4 SEAL Team 2. Both these horses are coming out of Red Heart barns that have scored a hat trick already this meet. And for me, I did land on the Summer Retreat based on his dirt performances here at Fort Erie. He's 4 for 4 in the money. He broke his maiden here going 6.5, and he did it decisively. He won by nearly 10 lengths after getting an easy lead and being able to set the tempo that he wanted. His next win came last November at Mountaineer, where he actually was hard pressed early on, and he still ended up getting the lead and drew off in the end by 5 1/4. Now in his first start since then, we saw him here on June 8th going 5 furlongs, and he just, didn't have a lot in the tank in the stretch. He was third, beaten by 2 3/4, and he really couldn't close the gap. He wasn't moving up, which was a little disappointing from him, but I think the key today is looking at the pace set up. I think if he wants the lead, he could get the lead in here. I do think SEAL Team 2 showed early foot last time out over the turf, but I still think Summer Retreat's faster. So he's been known to be bold on the lead, and that's why I made him my top selection. Speaking of the 4 SEAL Team 2, like I mentioned, the barn has had a great start so far. They're 6 for 13 in the money. And in his first start for the barn, he just kind of walked with the field in a turf event for non-winners of 2 lifetime, went in for the $3,000 tag. Now, sometimes I'm a little concerned when a horse races that well on the turf that they're going to flip him back onto the dirt. And in his case, that is a bit of a concern for me because he has yet to hit the board over the dirt in 2 starts. He broke his maiden over the Tapeta, then they tried him one more time at Woodbine, and then he came down here for 2 dirt races. His first dirt race wasn't bad. He finished 4th mid-pack, beaten by 4 against some decent horses. Definitely a tougher group than he'll face today. In his next start, he was in for an $8,000 tag, but he didn't show anything that day. And he took a lot of money. He went off at 3 1. So I'm just not sure how I feel about him getting back on the dirt, but he seems to be running well for his new connections. So maybe he just needed a change of scenery, and the new barn has kind of figured him out. Finally, I looked at the 5 Crime Wave, who should be a bit of a price on the tote board. I honestly can only endorse him underneath because he is typically tardy out of the gate. If you look at his last 4 races, he's been off slow in 3 of them, and he actually reared 4 starts back. He's just never been strong out of the gate, and that's why he typically can only get part of the try or part of the super. So I thought in this race, since it's going to stretch out from the 5 furlongs to the 6 furlongs, he'll have a bit more ground to run at, which should help him, and he's also getting a 10-pound weight break as bug rider Nikki Alderson is getting in the saddle today. So I wouldn't be surprised to see him run a better race, but for him, the break is key.
That was our track handicapper and tip sheet author, Ashley Mayu. Be sure to check out Ashley's free tip sheet for every race day on FortErieRacing.com. At FortErieRacing.com, click on the Betting tab, and there you will find the free tip sheet for Ashley Mayu's daily selections and insights for the Fort Erie race cards. Horses move into the walking ring for race 6. Riders up, and they're on their way out for race 6. Here's the field for 6th race post parade in Fort Erie. King Kingo, number 1. Trained by Joe Humber for Joy Elkins. The ride to Sunny Singh. Tale of Ronan, number 2. Conditioned by Daryl Ezra for Karina Schock in the irons. Mark Lee Buchanan. Summer Retreat is number 3. Conditioned by Julie Mathis for Dave Mathis. The rider is Pierre Mailhot. SEAL Team 2 is number 4. Conditioned by Sharon Chicato for Even Stevens Stables. The jockey is Brian Shane. Brady O'Brady in front of the grandstand, conditioned by Barrington Cito for Radcliffe Stable and Kadeen Cito. Partnered by Howard Newell. Also on track to complete the field is 5 Crime Wave. Races for Nancy and Robert Warner Stable. Hired to ride Nikki Alderson. They're all on the track. Readying for race 6, start of this program's final rolling double. There's Superfecta, Trifecta Exacta, Win Place and Show. 6th race coming right up from Fort Erie. Riders taking their horses back into the chute to the 6 furlong starting point. Now the starting gate takes position at the 6 furlong point in preparation for race 6. They've reached the starting point, readying to load. Time winding down for 6th race wagers. Tale of Ronan at a 4-1 price is stepping in. $9-5 Respect for Summer Retreat. Second choice Seal Team 2. Longshot Crime Wave. Brady O'Brady taking 3-1 action. King Kingo is going to go off close to 12-1. Stand by for a start, race 6. They're off. King Kingo with a good beginning on the inside. Brady O'Brady the outside. Seal Team 2 is flashing speed. So is Tale of Ronan. They arrive into the backstretch with Summer Retreat going to beat them all to the lead. Summer Retreat setting up shop to lope along on the lead. And chasing that one is Seal Team 2. Brady O'Brady is on the outside of Tale of Ronan and King Kingo. And Crime Wave about 5 more lengths back of the group. Summer Retreat tagging along second, that's Seal Team 2. Tale of Ronan running between horses. Brady O'Brady up widest. King Kingo is backed away a little bit and is being passed by Crime Wave in the backfield. Round to the top of the stretch, this top pair are unchanged out on the point. Summer Retreat. Seal Team 2, Brady O'Brady readies to roll wider. Tale of Ronan hugs the fence. They turn for the payoff. It's been all Summer Retreat with Mailhot looking back over his shoulder. Now going to work on Summer Retreat. And he's opened a 3-length lead. Seal Team 2, second in pursuit, dives to the fence. Then it's back to Tale of Ronan and Brady O'Brady all the way. Summer Retreat at 3-2. To defeat Seal Team 2 by a pair. Tale of Ronan was third and Brady O'Brady was fourth. Summer Retreat for Julie Mathis and Pierre Mailhot wired that group in 1:11-2. $22-4, 46-1, and a running time of 1:11-2 for the 6 furlongs. 3, 4, 2, and 6 posted on the board. And there is Summer Retreat returning from race 6 for the victory photograph. The dark bear brown 4-year-old gelding by Court Vision from Vermont Summer by Allen's Prospect. Bred in Ontario by Joey G. Thoroughbreds. Winning races in bunches, the Julie Mathis Shed Row. Summer Retreat owned by Dave Mathis. And a multiple win day for jockey Pierre Mailhot. Summer Retreat 111 and 2. That's official. $5.10 the win price on Summer Retreat. $3 and $2.30. Seal Team 2, $3.60 and $2.30. Tale of Ronan, $2.90. The Exacta, $16.30. The Trifecta, $49.70. The dollar Superfecta, 3, 4, 2, and 6, $76.80. The Rolling Daily Double, $42.70. The Pick 3 ended on race 6, $515.35. In the final race, the scene of the Jackpot High Five, the daily Jackpot High Five on every program's final race. Carry over into this Jackpot High Five, $12,789. The total pool expected to be about $15,000 or greater. Jackpot High Five in the 7th coming up. Seventh race changes. 1, New York. Vet Scratch. 2, What's One More? To race 2 pounds over. 21 minutes to post time. Jackpot High Five on the 7th.
We wrap up today's card in race 7, a maiden special weight event for Colton Geldings. We do have one scratch in here. The one New York is out, so we'll have to wait for him to make his debut at the races. And now with the field of 7, there is one first-time starter in here, the 7 Up and Atom, and he's my top selection. He seems to be moving quite well in the mornings. We can see those 4 most recent breezes have all been nice, but what I like is that he's been improving with each breeze. He does have a pair of bullet breezes, and I think also something to note that's important is the spacing between his breezes has been even. He's had 7 to 9 days off in between each of them, so it seems that he hasn't had any setbacks. He's been training well. He's moving up with each breeze, so I think he's finding him in a great spot to make his debut. The barn here is always strong. They're not necessarily the strongest with first-time starters, but you look at the record here at Fort Erie, it's hard to ignore. And something else to know is that they're very patient with their horses. You can see he's a 4-year-old, so maybe he needed some more time to develop, needed some more training under his belt, and maybe that's why he didn't make it to the races this year, but they gave him that time to develop, and I think him in this spot today, they have some confidence in his chances. The horse to his outside deserves a long look. That is the 8 Capture the Music for trainer Bill Therinos. He only made 1 start so far in his career. It was last year as a 3-year-old. It was nearly 13 months ago against Maiden Special Weight Company at Woodbine. He didn't show much. He was never really in the race at all. He wasn't able to move up in the stretch. So there's not a lot of takeaways from that race. Like I mentioned, there's been a big break in his racing. We haven't seen him since May. So looking at his breezes, that's all we can really do. And looking at those most recent breezes, he's kind of been alternating between the training track at Woodbine, a dirt surface, and the Tapeta. And I have to think that Bill has noticed that he's a little sharper over the training track, which is why he's going to ship him down in for this race. And Bill doesn't waste starts in his horses. I mean, you can see him here at Fort Erie. He's 4 for 5 in the money this meet. So he's putting his horses in competitive spots. And I think for him, this horse seems to like the dirt a bit more in the morning. So hopefully that'll carry over to the afternoon. Finally, another horse that seems to be training well, and he'll only be making his second start, is the 3 Walking Around Money. He's a 5-year-old who made his debut at the races late last year in November against $7,500 maiden claimers. He broke nicely, was a couple lengths off the leaders, and then just fell flat. He didn't have anything left in the stretch, so kind of similar to the horse I was just talking about, the 8 Capture the Music. I think, like I said, he's been training well. I like that he's getting blinkers on because they're only going 5 furlongs today. So I want a horse that's going to be into the race early. I don't want him to be too far off the leaders because I don't think horses are going to be closing from the clouds in here. The barn has done well. Those 6 starts this meet have resulted in 5 second place finishes and a 3rd place finish. But I think Erie's horses just need a race or two.
Horses have moved into the walking ring for the 7th race. Following this event, we invite you to be back with us tomorrow. First race post time 1:10 p.m. and the pre-race coverage begins on the air at 12:35. You can follow us on FortErieRacing.com for the live stream and replays, the racing schedule, Ashley Mayhew's free daily tip sheet under the betting tab, and much more. That's FortErieRacing.com. And our post time now 1:10 p.m. each Monday and Tuesday through to mid-October. Riders up for the 7th race. Introducing the field for the 7th race post-parading. Number 1 was Yvette Scratch. 2 is What's One More, trained by Michael Bennett for owner Candice Siriani. Hired to ride, Sunny Singh. Walking Around Money, number 3. For Gary Chidobiak, it's Howard Newell. JMR Silent Lake is number 4, conditioned by Ken Albu for JMR Stable in the Irons, Juan Crawford. Stone King is number 5, conditioned by Armand Concessi for Charles and Joe Loyacano, hired to ride Pierre Melhot. Criminal Fight is the 6. Racing for the Squires, Wagner and Wagner Stable, trained by Nathan Squires, hired to ride Emile Ramsamy. Kevin Buttigieg co-owns and trains Up and Adam 7, co-owner Chris Griffith. The rider is Chris Husbands. Capture the Music completes the field, racing for Vicky Banks and Alan Albert, conditioned by Bill Tyrannos, and hired to ride is Melanie Pinto. They're all on the track for the 7th and final, scene of the 20-cent jackpot high 5, and a carryover of almost $13,000 coming into this jackpot high 5. Horses begin to file onto the turf course for the 7th race. Now the starting gate is being wheeled onto the turf course at the 5 furlong point. Time winding down for the Jackpot High 5 and all 7th race wagers from Fort Erie. Riders requested to bring their horses to the gate for race 7. Priced at 11 to 1. What's one more is first in. JMR Silent Lake priced at 6 to 1 steps up. Longshot Stone King. Another long shot, the Gray Criminal Fight. Up and Adam has 4 to 1 respect. Capture the Music going to go off favored. Walking Around Money, 5 to 2 second choice. Stand by for a start, race 7 at the post. They're off, and the starter caught them in a great line. Capture the Music tries to emerge the extreme outside. JMR Silent Lake. Stone King forwardly placed. There goes Walking Around Money. What's One More along the inside is third from last ahead of Up and Atom, and Criminal Fight will be the trailer. Walking Around Money, Stone King. Sandwiched between them was JMR Silent Lake, and Capture the Music is running up widest of all. Through in on the fence in the front five is What's One More. On the flank of that one on the outside is Up and Atom, and 3 more lengths to Criminal Fight, and they'll still come to the top of the stretch. Stone King is in between horses. Capture the Music is widest. They've all been pursuing Walking Around Money. 22 and 4, they're in the stretch. Capture the Music comes away with a stretch lead. Stone King has come from a long way back. Walking Around Money along the inside is all through, so it's going to be Capture the Music to win it by a pair as 4 to 5 favorite. Walking Around Money saves second. Up and Atom was third. Stone King was fourth. It was tight for fifth between JMR Silent Lake and What's One More. Capture the Music, much the best, 59 and 3. Eight, 3, 7, 5, and close for fifth. 8, 3, 7, 5. Capture the Music. 22 and 4. The half in 47 seconds. The turf 5 furlongs, 59 and 3. Here is Capture the Music returning from the 7th race in Fort Erie. Dark Bay or Brown, 4-year-old gelding by Uncaptured. From Musical Beat by War Chant. Bred in Ontario by Dr. Victoria Banks and Alan Alber, who retain ownership. Trained by Bill Tyrannos, the winning ride to Melanie Pinto. Second lifetime start, an impressive winning one for Capture the Music in the 7th. In the 5th place photograph, number 4, JMR Silent Lake, finished 5th. 2, What's One More was 6th. Here are the prices. Capture the Music, $3.90, $2.70, $2.20 across as race favorite. Walking Around Money, $4.10 and $2.90. Up and Atom, $3 to show. The Exacta, $10.70. The Trifecta, $34.30. The Dollar Superfecta, $104.45. In the Jackpot High Five, winning combination is 8, 3, 7, 5, and 4. $247.80. The carryover, $16,935 to the final race on Tuesday. Jackpot High Five carryover, almost $17,000. The final rolling double, 1110. Program's last pick 3, $50.85. The late pick 4, $1,654.50. 20-cent pick 5. This is a 20-cent pick 5 ticket, $5,831.12. And the Jackpot High Five carryover to Tuesday's final race, just under $17,000. Our live racing schedule this year: Monday and Tuesday, 1:10 p.m. first post, right through to mid-October. That's the entire 2020 meet from Fort Erie Racetrack, Monday and Tuesday, 1:10 p.m. first post, on the air with the pre-race program at 12:35 p.m. Become a member of HPI Bet today and get $100 when you bet $100 and your first bet is on HPIBet.com. You can receive HPI Bet rewards watching 4 tracks at the same time, and you can wager on over 500 tracks from around the world. You can wager online or on site at any time. Join for free today. See what it's all about at HPIBet.com. Our weekly highlights and replay show, Post Time from Fort Erie Racetrack, airs on Thursday evenings on Your TV Niagara. That's channel 700 on the local Cogeco system in Fort Erie, Niagara Falls, and the Niagara region. Post Time from Fort Erie Racetrack, channel 700, Your TV Niagara, on the local Cogeco system every Thursday evening at 8 p.m. For the live stream, replays, racing schedule, Ashley Mayhew's free tip sheet, and much more, be sure to visit us now in HD, FortErieRacing.com. That's FortErieRacing.com. Now, on behalf of our horse people, the broadcast production team, management staff, and the racing officials, thanks a lot for being with us. We hope you'll be back with us on Tuesday. First post, 1:10 p.m., pre-race coverage starting at 12:35 p.m., and a pick 5 carryover into the final race tomorrow, the Jackpot High Five carryover, just under $17,000. Have a great evening, and we hope to see you for Live Racing 2020, Fort Erie Racetrack on Tuesday, 1:10 p.m. Eastern. Good afternoon from Fort Erie Racetrack.